Hi, hi. So I'm back today for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicle. Um, Not yesterday, but the day before, we played the first part of chapter 4. So today I want to finish the trial, and after that, if depending on how long it will take us, I will play a little of NT. So yeah, let's continue with that. So let's jump right into the trial. 20th February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant anti-chamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country legal practice. In order to research the latest court procedure here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Hi. Oh my god, your eye are red. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eye are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression, but I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I could catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? I don't know, maybe. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hang in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Mm, I think that's a lie, because you're trembling like right now. Like a lot. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Yep. I can do this. I can take it. Although, look coincidence, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery and as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was just a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zieks? Is that right, Miss Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of everyone. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Alon Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater wave here in the capital than today. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appeared to be a mundane murder? That's the question the paper are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century for some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsumi, but that's how the paper are describing it. Well, lest we all forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both time, it is you who stand against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulder with Deadbringer. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsumi, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skill or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner into the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, benevolent looking student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsumi. Whatever happened, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent no longer assistant, Mr. Mikota Esquires. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for us. Mr. Natsumi, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Dun, dun, dun. All right then, Mr. Natsumi. It's time. Let's go. Yes. Okay. Okay. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. 28th February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Da 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 da. Oh, uh, I feel like there will be some problem in the jury. Now I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strangard has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description, Sato-san. After all our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and most fascinating, if dark trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. They are to be acquitted in his unfortunate violent hand. Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are fine fatal. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duty here in court as a partial member of the public? Hi, Mr. Fairplay. You never know when you might be down to your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that Mustache Foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Ah, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain has signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign incident the warmest of welcome, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Again! You're starting with it now? A knife? A crime? I tell you, from the bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody hell they are. Just look at that sallow complexion, its short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get over with. With me now, everyone. One, two, three. Huh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy by smashing my hallowed callous air in this great chamber. You love smashing your callous in there. Like you really love it. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, let the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Will you please summarize the event of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Tough to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Hmm, comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Personality for arrest to them, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running as alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicle. It has not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she currently being treated in one of the city hospital. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement for her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the document as evidence, if you please. Okay. A young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female, stouted build, early 20s. Location pavement of Bayer Road. Royal Rolly Beat. The victim remained unconscious. Her name was Green from her personal effect. Other details are unknown, apart from a single stab wound from the large knife. No other sign of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by a reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay? Sir, I have that hair. It was removed from the victim back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even a scared looking Sussexian, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I could say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Wait a minute. Uh, oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just as the tip, a small piece of the blade appeared to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. I oh not too. That that's all. Okay. And there's no blood on it for some reason. For what we can tell by looking at the woman possession, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she will have anything much more pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I can't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshop, the Mr. Natsume doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance has been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Natsume possibly have had for saving the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that and in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. N- Now you're smashing to your bottle. Why? But your word I've sold it alone, book a bouquet. For it's you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution called for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese students. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seemed. It was just a matter of working out who the book belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Okay. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books in which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Eh? You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, I forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Sato? Do go on. So next May, as I admit to playing some party decks incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Nerodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened. As I was walking along that accurate pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green cover coat she was, and just as I went over to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold hard slab of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my leg could carry me back to my accursed lodging. Hmm. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print is full of in full color. What will the wall come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else here there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concede. Uh, yeah. Hmm. It seemed this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the table here. It's our only chance. Da ba da da. Eh? Yeah? The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of all English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter on his scholarly attention. The bloke room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodging is this place here, Bourbon's Books, a little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street. As it happened, the accused is currently living in lodging on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he will take him home. Something like this. Okay? Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant will certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruto, I think that's what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The name? May I ask you a favor? What? Will you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronized. What do ya... Your books? Oh! Oh, well, if I could just stop you there, Inspector Jackson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. It's a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of three second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop written on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Your, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Borbot Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt prove it. Whatever the man purchases must stone, it make no difference in the final analysis. Exactly, I mean, after all, I have the street map here. If that might be a fail. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant has been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, you will have most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, yours books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Will that be true? My. It rather depend on where the other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. Absolutely could be right. Could be right. Inspector Jackson, where is this your book establishment? Well, obviously we look into that. It turned out that your books is just here on the next corner of Mescom Street going east. Ah, so he could have taken that road, or he could have taken that road. Okay, and there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh, I'll be right back. I need to get some water. Just drank all my water like just now. It will be real quick. Oh, my learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such a wittiness, witticism. To your future career in the circus. Grr, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spit it out, but there we go. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learn or if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Whatever the man processes as mastodon, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Order! Order! Hi, Blessy! As I suspected, you can fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, huh? I have enough of this now. How are you? I beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruto, we mustn't give up. Doing good, doing good. And you? You. What do you mean? If the prosecution assertion is correct, a member of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. Ah, she's also absolutely right. S- We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Sasuke-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books. But the assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, Cancel. Hmm. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your book his lodging, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route that take between the two places. The defendant used this street. Looks what happened. He arrived back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred as the long way around. Uh, on a cold winter night, why would anyone choose to take a longer route home? Van Daddy? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodging and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But! Ah, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Resume which route it took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Uh, that's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He said he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. Nah, 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 nah. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. But even if that's the case, I agree with Lord Van Zieks, wholly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we member of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all member of the jury to present your finding to the court. Wow, that was fast. Will appear the jury leaning is unanimous. To the insightful member of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Nerudo, no, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance with the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Hmm. Those are the eye of the quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your right against this trial. Right of the defense switching into unscated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But is the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so choose? Very well, Counsel. In accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the member of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course, we're ready. I'm all too familiar with anybody's whip snapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what ground you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The juror contentions. For pity's sake, that little Japanese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in greed collapsed before his eye, why it can only have been the victim? The man who would have gone around the house on his way back from the workshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, shall we? Oh, dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work. I've got work to be going. Your book, yes, nice job that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Okay. Hmm. With only minor exception, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. Ay, oy. Ow, ow. I have a nut in my hair. Ouch. Ouch. Ay, oy. And the accused himself. As admit of seeing the victim in a green overcoat sink to the ground before his eye. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the independent would then fled the scene. I must say, I will have ample ground to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appeared convinced of Mr. Natsumi's guilt now. Ugh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Then I will do. There's no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, four of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, Counsel. Begin your submission examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryusuke. You can do it. Da, da, da. The defense rebuttal. He didn't admit he did it, but yeah, okay. Yes. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this now? I've got work to be going. Can you say me more than that? My life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Huh? The likes of you won't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take times off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the Union every morning to find out what need doing. If you're late, the work taken is tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipe bursting left and right in center. They're after cheap labor to get the road dug up to fix it. It's a hard slug from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the road on the day of the accident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By the old bookshop, it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Merchant Street it was. Merchant Street? Oh, so it was there. Okay, that changed a lot. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What a point in that? Can we just go get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Tsk, fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Merchant Street from down till dusk. Well, ye, the you can be remembering a lot from what's happened in the start of the stream. You were not there, bless you. That's normal. But I will talk about it to you. Last time we were talking about the to the Japanese that was in his cell, and we saw that his room was filled with books. At the start of the trial, the inspector gave us the map saying that the victim should have got here in Bourbon books and get down to go back to his lodging. That's where the crime was done. But we discovered that he did go to yours book finally, not Bourbon books. So they still think it goes by there, but no, we think he did go that way and discover he did go to yours book because of that. That's his receipt from there. That's the knife we that was submitted as evidence. The tip of the knife is shipped. The lady is still unconscious, and we've got that that picture. The reason they think it's him, it's because of those books. And now, the jury said he was the culprit because of the road they think he took. But yeah, those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Cancel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Huh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, draw number three. Oh, mister? What do you mean? Draw number five whirled just now. I sound insignificant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what has been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited his bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were work being carried out on Mission Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant route home could not have been taken him along Mission Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can argue with that, really, can't you? We must have a good 2 yard of or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodging. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, huh? Draw number three. You said the following: the man should wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes, my lord, Mr. George, sir, if I may. Yes, I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man is guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Huh? Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution argument, it should be filled in. That's what I'd say. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Well, we've managed to change a couple of mine at least. It's gotten our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other member of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leaning are really right or not. Now, if only, if we could just identify one more clue in our discrepancy that will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we got to do. Van Zig is looking to bring his trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, or by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. And with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. I have to say not guilty at this point, so I can see where this trial goes from here. Road are digging up the truth. We've got to see through to the end, haven't you? Mm, your books, yes, nice shop. That, but Bourbon books, not. No, not worth a visit. Eh? Why? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, no. What was I said? What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there. Yes, I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. Just a second, I need to go delete a message on Twitch. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And what time did you visit your books on the day in question? And I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you are all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I think it's a dwarf center. A dwarf center. It's a two combined. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling and when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back to your from yours book. Draw number 6. I must insist. That you had that information on your formal statement. It may very well be extremely insignificant. Hmm? Sorry, extremely sick? No, no, I'm quite all right now. You changed two of the drawer mine, Mr. Nerudo. Yes, just two more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the table here. I wish I knew how to do this subtle takedown. I suppose Ward will have to Swiss for now. You're wearing green, and the lady was wearing green. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the drawer reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, drawer number two, drawer number six. My, whatever you mean, sir. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact on which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been on yours book and purchased a number of second-hand title. He then returned home on foot. But the man say he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eye. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, ma'am? Ma'am, whatever you mean. I'm sure you heard Gerard number six a content of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy street in the neighborhood. Oh my goodness! You mean that's right? I'm referring to, of course, to are the fearing Gerard number six. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat from the whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eye was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Huh? Sorry? You need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat coat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of me was in fact round number six, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodging. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. Poor old man! You idiot old man! If you haven't been so daft as to be roaming about there, would have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? It is a crime for the elderly to walk on the street this day? Hmm? It's a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest style and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I will too. What? It is a crime to change your mind. Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, that examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes too, the nose far, and the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the member of the jury. The trial will continue. Will it be childish for me to drink for my allowed chalice moment after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust, pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks, it seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited the juror with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Whatever you mean. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart Giraffe number 5 was annually repairing the road as claimed. I believe you said it was a good 2 yard of the pavement which you have excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me immensely tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yard represent? If I'm honest, I don't have a clue though. 2 yard is a little less than 2 meter. That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily evolved by anyone of moderate vigor. Will you not agree, my stalwart friend? Huh? Me? Well, I can say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent the pedestrian from passing the site of your work? Huh? I will dream of it. What a waste of time. No no coaches would have had a hope of passing in a way, and we just turn any gentle folk back when they come. You just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he can spring over a 2 yard trench with in his meandering around town. Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that is on the way back to his lodging. Mr. Natsume walked down PR for a road, crushed in a single sentence. And, old man, Goldman, you can walk. You say that around 5 o'clock in the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there any suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that accused saw, but it will lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Oh no! Lord Mazix, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the submission examination? Hmm. I wanted to give this young incident the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. He wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so swayed. Uh, but my hospitality as its limit, and they have to have been reached. I feel, and no more cape. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about, my lord? The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? Sir Naruto, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution next witnesses. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks bring Justin as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sussex-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end until the battle is over. Witnesses, please state your name and occupation for the court. Dude, you're sleeping. Constable Holy Beat. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Mr. Beat. Patricia, my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero wife. What's the story here? Yep, it could be drunk, that's for sure. Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, no, it was your husband I was asking about. He seemed tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being a honorable patient, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from her days off, our gallant officer trudges some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding house and pubs, collect taxes, survey the street, check that meter are ready through. And they're responsible for keeping the street clean and lighting and extinguishing our street light. There's a number of items on that list that doesn't sound like policing duties at all. I won't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. That's for sure. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminal. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crime on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor and a man of sunburn. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Prior Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Miss Beetle? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Jolly? Rolly? What a great witness is going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimony now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over and of course, then we went for help and went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this really compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Nesme at the scene. If their testimonies is true, the alternative course of event that you establish in the summary explanation will be quashed. It's Del Nero, in fact, because that alternative was never available in the first place. What an unfortunate bitch and sing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. Oh, yes, yep. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Suskinatsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man is so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. End of preamble. Consult for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. What the witness saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. So he just got out of work? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can do the job, can you? I think Lee looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Hmm? I just finished my beat. Patty and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This creepy. Oh no, really, I must prefer your uniform. Sometime I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Yeah, no, that's not. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I served my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Prove that I'm a London copper. It has a noble founding principle of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the street of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such an noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boot is all Londoner need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with a long love being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. And wait to see the silhouette appear out of the fog, feminine in front of us. You're talking about silhouette. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes. Yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depend on on the crime location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat. The incident fell on her, so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The action of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Okay. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamp, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoner have exceptional high side, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamp was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Ah, yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's not so luminous for those of us who have life with it, of course. Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can even see the hand of your own arm. Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog make your eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eye, the tall mount, and the snubs. Unmistakable. Ah. As far as this couple testimony is concerned, there can't be any questions. It was Susan they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, isn't it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mr. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, yeah, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The member of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think you will try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could then see some other part in the testimony which appeared to contradict the fact, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair memory on the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seems to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all this question about everything we've told you, so it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, 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 no. It's not really that at all. I was one policeman, remember, and I know what I saw. Why? She's literally making him punch. I remember every last detail, everything. Like. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the name of every single one. I could every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. Yep. No, I won't do. It won't do at all. Yep. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for assaulting us, don't think for a minute that Holy will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband fist down. Perhaps you should would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. My dad pays you. Oh, thank you, my lord. That will settle things nicely. Will it, darling? I could even tell you the name of the four book he dropped at the scene. Wait, four book. So you're saying that there were four book. That's right. I remember all of them. Sir of Monsieur Lecoq, Emile for Gaboriau, and Canterbury Yearning. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only three books, not four. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only three books. Uh, but no, 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 that can be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can fool me. Sorry? If that big old lump of a dead body. The lady so large her corpse is blocking the view of the fourth book. That's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. B. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the four books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assertion, something you can readily associate with evidence, I presume. Ah, evidence. Yes, evidence. Until you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop four books? Take that! The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt detail of Mr. Natsume purchase that day. And as you can see, there are only three books are listed. No, therefore, Mr. Natsume will have only dropped three books at the scene of the crime, which means that your power of observation, madame, cannot be relied upon. Grrr. Dude is sleeping and she using him to smack. That's so funny. So it cannot be denied that tough to say it was the defiance you saw. You could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 It's plainly evident that it is your power of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Uh, so you're driven to attract attention from that by dint of some consequential discrepancy. Will that be fair? Uh, it seems right, Rumi. But your plan was somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and an utterly accurate testimony in every respect. Oh, you see, the matter is not up for debates. At the scene of the on Briar Road, a total of four books were most definitely found. But but what about the photograph print? It only showed three books. Quite right, only three can be seen in that print. What, that print? You mean to say? Stop breaking glasses! Allow me to present another, one that showed the victim hand. I don't believe it. Well, first of all, why would they have them in their hand? It's for the drama. Yeah, that's for sure. It's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print the victim, by the victim torso. No, no. Oh, no, oh, no. There, you see, you see? Look at that. Look, 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 look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia always right, sir. Let's study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the title once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it yearning? Canterbury yearning. A meal for someone, a meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court had just heard, the witness remembered the book titled flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat powered up calculation can be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Holly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, flawless. Patricia is flawless. But there are only three books on the receipt, and Mr. Beat mentioned four. There are nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the fourth book is that which is shown is photograph print. I'm sorry, Cancel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly showed, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belonged to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that fourth book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officer at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photography print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Okay. The lion, the lion's pride. Hmm. I feel like I heard that title some time ago. The lion's pride. Rawr. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter page. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edge of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Cause yeah. Last episode, that was one of the things we talked about. The dispute the of Mr. Imam Yardeb, I think. Was that their name? Those two. Yep, Yardeb. And he was saying he was missing his book. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Lion's Pride. I have nothing further to add. What? You see him surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. Why? Why is my brain scary you? What? Why? What did I do? The superior's longer route to the accused lodging that you try to establish in your submission examination. At the attempt discrediting of the witness power of recollection in your cross examination. Well, I don't remember exactly what I ate for lunch, too, by the way. And it was not 2 weeks ago, it was 2 days ago. Like, it was not yesterday, but the day before. And you need to remember that I'm reading all the line. Like I'm reading the all the line. Wow, it's not. It's in French. Uh, Out loud. Gil, I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? You'll kill him someday. Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You're supposed to already be engaged, but okay. So perhaps the lady and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider the proposition. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. The trial has run its course. Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid we are in a terrible precarious position. I know, but if I fight back the wrong way now, I could very well just make a matter worse. I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast, there is no more room for debates. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but, I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Hmm, your insignificant little stern Isle must be lawless whole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh, I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced liar. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant advice essential and her opinion invaluable. Mr. Naruto, hmm, one of this land great guiding principle is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Sato, please. Very well, pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross examination finished. I see. And you believe that is new evidence a warrant for the examination, do you? Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof that we've been waiting for. That's for sure. The judge is sure to ask the member of the jury to announce their leaning in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as early as possible. Yes, I understand. And I already did, in fact. Thank you, Miss Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance there. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wished to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offer a profound insight to the case and had been overlooked. The book? The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photograph. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Seeing the matter further will be flagrant waste of the court time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, Counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I offered you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, Counsel. You will investigate this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. I'm Monsieur Naruto. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means You may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, Conseil, precisely where is the vital clue in this case, which is the fourth book Conseil? Just there. I will ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you. Good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is only an extreme unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you see? You say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Where I concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire is some veil clue as to what happened that day? Pray, dwelling to us how? That who what who does it short book hide? A short book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. All right? I explained my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Dan Consel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome was suffered? Its owner? My lord, the burn on the back of this book revealed like a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping with her hand and she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it's originated, the defense has very credible answer. God gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do you remember the member of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry? Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burned book? Well, it's his book. The answer is that the book belonged to the couple who owned the house where the defendant has his lodging. A certain Mr. and Miss Gerdeb, the landlords. And whether this is some external coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the six chosen for jury duty on this courtroom today is none other than Miss Gerdeb is herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gerdeb's wife. I'm his maid. Think will be so much easier if we'll just drop the pretense. All right then. How about the simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gerdeb's house? I will never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir. This outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You burnish her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This no mere conjecture. The defense happened to know that on the day in question, at most exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Miss Gerdeb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, Consul? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Could see a barely thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The body furniture started going up as well. Worst of it, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By love, the very same title that the subject is this debate. Oh dear me. This risible. All you told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it will be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. Utterly unreasonable to infer that it's magically removed itself from the sign of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was martial discord. Without going into details, it appeared that Mrs. Gerdeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gerdeb even amid the flame. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Holly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia will never raise a finger against me, sir. No, no, but she's strangling you since earlier, but okay. Had all my favorite old novel in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife start hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, and started the book incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at it. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the books was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No, a true investigation of the surrounding area was concluded at the beginning of the incident, and there is no report of the Gerdeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw nothing of broken glass where we visited the Gerdeb household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time? Not even remotely. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanied it. No Londoners will ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Those defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Consel. You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gerdeb's wife. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see for what you are now, you littering foreign trickster. You call yourself a liar, but you're just a coward. I mean coward. Really? Claiming that you're a little thief set to a whole neighborhood alight, honestly. And playing that I'm merely posing as a maid for a parent's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with the beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is silly on your family name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I shall box your hair. That's what I shall do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. There we go. How long have we sat there now listening to this bunny sprouting out his fancy foreigner theory? But I think, but think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes. What did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What was that? Well, it will appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protected proceeding. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been. If book are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? I am. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decision regarding the defendant culpability for the court to hear. Guilty. 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 Again? They just don't love me? Thanks you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Miss Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right for to another submission examination at this point. You could still convince the juror to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense, as to exercise its right to a submission examination. Hmm. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there is chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Da da da. To be continued. Okay. Before just continuing back, I need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Hi, hi. I have considered the defense counsel request for a further estimation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second estimation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? Thank you. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the ground on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The juror contention. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, did he? Those three books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'd be in titty for a bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneeze. Okay. Yes, considerably more tangible argument from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused who had been fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it will seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. No, I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid that during this submission examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the fact. But how? What will even constitute a tangible explanation there? Is it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are how provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be the trial's hand. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, Consul? Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Yunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or shall I say, Miss Gerdeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Girdeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the fourth book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link these two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Girdeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. The defense rebuttal. Eh? Clearly not. I will try to find you one. Even if the woman was throwing boot, can be related if the crime if the window was closed. Uh, yeah, I know. But you had a fire and you were sneezing. So maybe you can say more about that. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. I had 75 candles on the top, I did. It did. What a sight to behold it was. You put scandal on a cake? What was it, some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Narodo. Anyway, I must start all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flame didn't go out, but candle went flying all over the room. The furniture coughed and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. That definitely sound like devil worship to me. And by the sneeze, I presume you mean a cold. And how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flame. And then, because the whole room was filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. Whoops. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was a devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the juror statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical argument to the contrary. To think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradiction between their section. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. Okay? Ah! These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, Counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Huh? What was that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number three. Don't you? Don't you? Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear Juror number six account on his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his window in the middle of winter. Well, yeah, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the. Oh, exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Girdab household, and Mr. Girdab had the following to say about it: the whole place filled with smoke. Ground number four. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Girdab? Oh, dearie me. What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I am hiding who I really am? I am imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room will have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as it did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you would have opened the window. And what if we did? All right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering, even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides, or will be terrible bad for the nerve to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Nerudo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Miss Gerdeb's formal statement. And I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. Okay. Well, the fourth book found at the scene of the crime show very obvious sign of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Girdeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion Pride that he has been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay on my hand on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I could, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. A time like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hand on, as well as you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What is it, jar number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory had blocked out. Ah, it was listening to what this granny was saying, but it all flooding back. What are you calling young granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Gerdeb, or the maid, I have you know. Or the maid. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being it all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work line. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wage I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny was had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I have lost the day's wage, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my hair, stuck to the wall next to me. It did. About an inch deep. No word, just terror. Hey, ow, hoo, hoo. I could smell it then, that god awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I never use the word likely again. Yahoo! And wait, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rags, they'll throw anything at you. Knife, hatchet, hammer, you name it. So Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Mm. No, I wasn't thinking that. I don't think so. Throwing a hostile object at people is, well, so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Sato. What? What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man worlds will be rather Kent, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bows and arrow thing later, if I dare. Those two statements clearly have a deep, at least Kent connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, Cancel, at once. Gerard number two, do you think, perhaps, that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation that's how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? When it was stated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime, originated from Mr. Girdeb's room on the top floor in his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Girdeb household on the street bill. Huh? What's that now? After all, Miss Girdeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, General number four? What are you insinuating now, you little Bilbo? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origin of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now, you listen there, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other Jack making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrant further investigation. Right, Mr. Frontman. I will try to explain the defense theory. The knife? Girl number four, Miss Gekdev? What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else to the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Uh, Good Lord, Cancel. What are your on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged on the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Miss Gerdev were in the throes of an argument. Miss Gerdev was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that has been opened to clear the smoke and through which a book sailed to land at the crime of scene. You can seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Duh, even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. Well, for me, it's pretty clear. The book landed at her feet. She get down to get it in her hand, but since it was there, she turned her back to the window. That's when the knife just. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Uh, Miss Gerdeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Ah! Don't. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it will be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman, I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mine. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Two, 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 two. We, we did it. Oh, congratulations, Miss Stonerodo. So, as a result of the defense machine examination, a number of juror leaning have changed. Two jurors called guilty against four now calling innocent. Currently, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now listen, Lord Manzix. How does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a court wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follow is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Manzix, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Farman? The defense argument is a joke at which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by stating that you all must all familiarize yourself better with the relative position of those plays being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's this angle this time? It should already be more than that apparent that between the crime scene and the Gegdeb household run a rather large street, Briar Road, which means that the distance from the Gegdeb house to the scene is some, 15 yard. Let me see, 15 yard. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagine. And as you ladies and gents of the jury slightly note as having purposes significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, randomly hurled by the lady of the house, reveals some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Ah, And did the knife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That's Prosecutor love to sound of his own voice. Miss Sato, serialized detective story are pathetic, are they? Oh, dairy. Maybe let's pick our battle here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? Judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated as was believed enough to persuade believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Ms. Joanne Gardeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive. A cross-examination of a juror. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, this is a highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. Just throw the bottle. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are other witnesses in the stand who will sit me. The defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend Pascal Terry has any confidence, then both burning books and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple eye. And we must assume they will be able to testify accordingly. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. What say you, witnesses? Yeah, Constable Holybeat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account to villains who has appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these lantern bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Holy, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense request. Oh. And order the witness in the stand to testify again. Cite forthwhile before the court any details pertaining to the defense alternative explanation of events. Yes, ça. Ouh, il est réveillé maintenant. He's awake. Constable beat report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Miss Gerdeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, saw the window on the top floor and the Gerdeb house are top hinged casement. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, you will have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement window. That detail was not the police report, Constable. Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sin with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge case window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trivial remark, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruto. Cast your mind back to the window in Mr. and Miss Gegdebru. Alright, I'll try. So the window opened in order to allow the air to circulate inside the house. As it is at the top in this case, casement window, it swings open along the upper edge. You see, I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window must have a prominent feature. Is its stay a metal bar which prevent the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevented opening. This is all news to me. As all correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it will have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. Okay, okay. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in window is completed. There was never any possibility of either the books or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane has been shattered, something we're discounted already. That can't. Did you see that, Holly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how it crumbled before me. Holly, you're so strong. How is it happening? Again, I haven't even started the cross examination yet, and already my argument has been destroyed. Ansel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross examination. My lord? Oh, good. Enter this very situation. Constable beat report. Oh, can you say that for a second? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has a double funding principle of the force return on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can say I remember. To patrol the street of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what the job all's about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long spring wife and tell you that Bobby good for his word. While rubbing my tired hair timidly, saw. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Miss Girdel? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There are surprising reasons why Mr. and Miss Girdel domestic dispute can be related to this case. But before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London Bobby and how we uphold our guiding principle. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, House, I'd be happy to lend you my one-hand card for your pastoral. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Constable beat warrant card has been entered court record. Okay. Principle of policing. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace with his allotted beat. Okay. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relation. Okay. Metropolitan Police Regulation. Item 1. Any crime fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detective. Okay. By which you mean they don't have full open. Is that correct? Yes, they just dare to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room will simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. There is the location where object would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this out of engagement things before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what will you be, sir? How do you even know? Why will you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Miss Gerdeba house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Do you have something to add, Miss Beat? Hmm? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh, yes, that street by our road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable beat. Hmm? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupant of the degradable assault yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see. Saw. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the degradable assault is on your beat, doesn't that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gredeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the old woman has been attacked just on the other side of Briar's Road, we wouldn't never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people, or Bobby, tireless working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding Marley for all this his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. The- Okay. And now it's my turn, I think. Honestly, if anything had been thrown out the window, we will have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Holly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing is strange to report on that front, sir. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eye wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me, sir. This burned copy of the Lion's Pride was already in the Gardeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a shared copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? And as we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in their back and how that book ended up in their hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell ya. What? I was really, I mean, what she's doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman on my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hurry it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mr. Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometime the path of the least resistance is a safe one. That was a very loud mother. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's a word count for nothing, doesn't he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that. But my really won't. Duly noted, Mr. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eye never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whisker and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. Ah, okay. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming book or knife flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I always end up having the wrong place when I've made arrangement to meet Holly. You get ever so cross. Constable Beat, is there a problem? Huh? No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, so. Hmm? You mean Mrs. Beadle's lost her way? Or on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what was expecting. I thought she was back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Holly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for my wedding anniversary. Rolly is so romantic. He saved up for it with farting in the happiness he found on the gutter while doing his wrong. And don't worry, I understand. I clearly understand that thing. That when stomach decide to riot, it's can be hell. Yes, all romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that's just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh, what was that all about? Possible beat look very obvious group during that exchange. Afraid I can offer any useful insight, Master Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add a detail about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When I ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife on her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlight weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box, reported to the police, whose beat what it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spot my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't thinking how it got there. I really can't. So the kids about move from one side of the road to the opposite. Curious indeed, isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beauty rose Rolly brought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, oh, yes, yes, that's it. The Rolly brought me for our anniversary with the old book of challenge he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Because, Lord Magic, where did you find where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found at the edge of the pavement in front of the Gary Deb household. In front of the Gary Deb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamp cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? Hmm. No, I think for good measure, this clause should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh, yeah? But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best and not forget, Mrs. Beat. Nothing strange to report to that front, sir. It's very stylish paper the flower wraps in, isn't it? It's just a whole newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no, no. I was just thinking that if you wrap a stone baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Soto-san, you do love your cake. An English rose, it's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. You don't take an interesting flower, Mr. Naruto? I won't say that exactly, but I do know three type at least. Gosh, three? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Ah, okay. To claim constability, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were regarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? If you, in your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belonged. Meager? But if that's were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore on that unless Scotland Yard on hour. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. Around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Beside Mrs. Beat bouquet, where Mr. Gerdeb, there's Mr. Gerdeb books. Mr. Gerdeb copy of the Lion Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, will have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found there on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we heard, Mrs. Big Bucket should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Miss Gegdeb house. There is no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my role is done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scunny liars say. Wittering on about the books and a bouquet. Why will we care? It's nitpicking. That's what it is. Oh, good. Mr. Gerdeb, come around. Might call it nitpicking, Miss Gerdeb. But deliberately melding with the scene of a crime is like a criminal offense. It's called tampering, Mr. Naruto. But the person responsible of the tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering? You've barely heard that term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who will possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? There's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony point to that one particular person. Ansel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Well, that's Holly. He didn't want to take that crime. Possibly beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly than the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the police on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had tampered with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's a lie. What about that Japanese man with the whisker? I bet it was him. He did. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh, and forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant has fled the scene. Well, first you make an accusation about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusation lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone will commit such a caseless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. But why will we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You have heard no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Or with the scene of the crime. That's the key to the entire affair. Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery? Ansel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need no point out that your reputation as a lawyer will irreparably be damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive to the alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beats' motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell, to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all cost. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right there, as if anyone didn't really know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Why are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Well, yeah, but that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Gerdeb book fell directly down from the open window above, And your bouquet, Miss Vita, never moved at all. What did they move? Was the scene of the crime itself. Good, good gracious. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the Hebel testimony the court has listened. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eye. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of the Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things as shown in the print, the victim, herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamp cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in the original position of the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense story about what really happened that evening. How dare you respond, Constable Rollybeat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly, it isn't true. What that lawyer said is all a lie, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. What's the unhurt is the meaning of all this? Oh, really, why will you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why will you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can say saw. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the yard reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear his extraordinary young lawyer theory. Counsel of the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. Again, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feeling behind this man action. Well, the fact that he made a patrolling any crime fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with his initial investigation and help detective. But that was his per day. I realize that I'm a foreigner on this land, and I only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely news to me. I have learned that through honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizen of this beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do it today, certainly. But for a constable beat, the Dean question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife and was looking forward to taking her for a celebratory meal when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar's Road. Then, when he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a baby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the Warren card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rule for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detective. Constable Beat? Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh, exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on a Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious, Constable, you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned to me. I realized where the victim was lying and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detective. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, I just came out. I could believe the word that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that cover it. Turn right along Merchant Street, and then I'm I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable, I just wanted, I just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, really? Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beats case. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sin, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I shall never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, four it was. Yes, saw definitely four. Three of them dropped by Mr. Nesme, and the fourth being the one that fell from the window of Sarah and the Gerdeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim hand when all the other were scattered hastily around? I mean, oh well, saw that's because that's how I found it. Oh, you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim had already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in your hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion Sprite, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The f- I thought it was an open and shut case at the time. You see, there was only two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which we look you look at it, I had to be the fellow who ran off who done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm really. I didn't think moving it at all over the road will make a jolt of difference. I suppose this is for me now. I have had it, my lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that conclude the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go on. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This all my fault. It's because I always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go on. I'm tired. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matter, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind, and never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of crime. Uh, Never again, sir. You mean to say? Leave now. That trial is not yet over. Oh, sir. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. We've heard of a third party translating the entire scene of a crime like that. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable fact here, principally, that the accused, Mr. Sasaki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed the crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Hmm. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is it true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person you will could have perpetrated the crime. Well, that miss. The defense will once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my stand made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joanne Gerdeb. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me. That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Miss Gerdeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Girdeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looked out over Biars Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book to your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the unhinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just book, but anything you could lay your hand on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Gerdeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eye on it before? Uh, I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over here is all that Regalia said member to the jury they needn't testify, didn't he? Immediately, yes. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror remember number 4. Oh, make no mistake. You jurors are no special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, then let the truth come out. But that's just a common unguarded knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how will you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Gerdeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I could bear the thought that I'd injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist this is being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, well, Mr. Naruto, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I will have thrown it at her already. Then take the stands, Juror. Oh, the prosecution does not object to a defense request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Vlies. I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truth being inherited, truth of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dear me. So I demand you fully and unaltered testimony, Miss Gerdeb, and mark my word, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, Consuls? Certainly, my lord. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. It is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the whole Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Juan Gerdeb, and I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your statement is required in order to clarify matter in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Johnny. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were there, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather thinking I helped testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee there? Don't you worry about that. I'll notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you're Mr. John Girdeb? Yes, sir. Second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Northumberland's Northumberland. Okay. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, I am. White. I believe this may represent the first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the event in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knock a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon in it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. And a knife around our place. Can say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Hmm. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although, an entirely one-side assault, it seemed. And me cuff us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measure. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shooting us from under any minute, would have been toasted. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just like not a whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a martial quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origin of this jackknife. In combat, one focus narrow such that surrounding are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Ziegs may well be right. Well, whatever the chance. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Gegdeb. Eh? Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flame. When a woman wants to throw, she just throw. That's most certainly not true of a scout and a takedown, Mr. Naruto. Girl, you're misplaced to say that. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. What? Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, and a napkin. You have something to add, sir? Mr. Gegdeb? Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no? Just that the barrage of projectile the whole thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman hand is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every. Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is the court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in there? Honestly, John, I will never have thrown such a thing at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, hmm? Your pipes here? As this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the hostler. Knock it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes? And when I went to pick it at things up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It will never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I have managed to bandage the things up for now. Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Hmm. I wonder what we should make of this account. Yeah, I think it's important. The defense lawyer believe Mr. Gerdab remarks just now to be a great significance. This war veteran word only tell us one thing. Betreff a fairy wise, a pipe as well as hurt may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worth of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, will you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Hmm? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman pipes as evidence. No, that was correct. It looked to be in sorry state with the bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Girdeb dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Girdeb, given that he got to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. There are a small nick out of the ball here. Look, it appeared to have been made relatively recently. And see how there's a little scrape and dance all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand to hand with getting some battle scar. This particular nick is catching to my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What is this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Yes. Okay. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sebastian, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that, rebuttal, Mr. Gerdeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. Knife you used to attack the victim. Oh, look there, Master Naruto, just as the tip. A small piece of the blade appeared to be missing. Wait, part of it missing? I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gerdeb pipes. Yes, and just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow, I just knew it. If that bally things in the victim back really was one of ours, you'll have to job proving it, I think. Well, I will prove it to you. With that, Mr. Gerdeb, could I ask you to take a look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? Used to call me Deadeye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B for a D and a P for a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. You must be very dossy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be first just a thin scrap is in fact a critical piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gerden Pipes. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Cancel? Are you suggesting that this is somewhere related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth in this case, my lord. You appear rather confident with the extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the personal evidence to the court. What evidence, compared with this fragment of metal, actually reveal the truth of this entire case? Well, the knife. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold on Savile Street Market. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tip lodged in the victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. Nope, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Girdab Pipes. Uh, Good grief! Lord Manzix? I don't believe it. Knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good, good golly gosh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Ziegs has figured it out, hasn't he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here, the aggression was personal, yep, is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gigged pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the Oslo. Knock it down clean with one of her soft projectiles she did. Yes, it will never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Gerdeb flung his knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Gerdeb inside striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gerdeb's pipe. The chances of that are a million in one. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Uh, in short, this knife, which fell from the window to the Gerdeb house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No! A full body theory, I give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend characteristically Nipponese approach of bolting his argument. Sorry? But after all, this is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an surmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable? What? Lord Manzeeks, explain yourself. What is the inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her. Ah, that's right, you say, a silly little man. Now, Joanne, whole thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic fact of the case once more. The victim was walking upon the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife was struck ere had fallen from above, there no possible way you could have planted itself to the victim's back. Yeah, but she was picking a book. Oh, no, oh, no. Oh, quite right, you see? That's exactly right. If that made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory as even one in conceit cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely. One simple inconsistency. Or, in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Miss Sato, you must worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off a guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is incorrect, there's a way will prevent itself. The key is this to this is this in the court record. I'm sorry, all the information you need is there. Since you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silent breaks speak volumes. A tactic acceptant that your theory is fatally flawed. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? So, there is a piece of evidence in the courtroom record that can explain this inconsistency. That I can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim back. We have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Carly, this will be the last time. Marcel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of it, the truth will be laid bare at last. Well, I said it earlier. It's the fact that she was picking it up. This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burned book? Is that not Mr. Gerda's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene of the first place. This photographic print clearly showed the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was a police constable to put the book between her finger like that. Quite so. As part of the whole cell transplanting the crime scene to opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement of not quite. But what made you place that book in the victim's hands? Oh well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim has already picked a book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By, by Jingo. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor to the Gerdeb hostel into the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Well, yes, Miss Gerdeb. And what do you think the woman did? What will you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and pick up the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen books up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight to the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was a defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It occurred to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Uh, and from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and the apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminate in a fortunate accident. And that is a real truth beyond this case. Well, Mr. and Miss Gerdel, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicion. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, Holbein. Poor Miss Gerdel. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear, it's all right. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Lord Van Zieks, what news of Miss Gerdeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It will appear that today's event had left her, especially for her flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unburnt note to themselves, they cause what could easily have been terrible a tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequence of their action. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant Eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eye, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she was being killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there is evil spirit lurking in the fog, like they are haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman has been taken by the fog spirit. It should never have dropped my book like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishap. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusion. But thanks to Lord Van Ziegs and our young liar here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh, now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant culpability. Are you ready to present your finding to the court? As a foreman of the jury, I can assure you we'll reach a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Yes, well, I didn't suppose the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the whole bean while she out of action, but I know what her decision will be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out there and start work? Well, it's about time. I see. I'll have a cocker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I will demand you for your final decision, Mr. Foreman. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Pow, 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 pow. Da, 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 da. Mr. Natsume? Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture, and may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transport to tears. Yeah. Oh, Lacum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another Lacum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Lacum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name has become rather short, isn't it? What's wrong with you still using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free. I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation. Heady, hearty, happiness. Hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Look whom you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened? The poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that. Lovely loyal locum lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick building, and from high up window, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at the little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Nesme. But today, your lookum liar gave my gloom to boot. You stood firm behind the baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding firework around the beam of the Bailey roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we are very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friend back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellow. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was late this morning. Oh, Mr. Jones, what pleasure to see you. I see. I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Nerudo, and I will wish you the very best of luck. It just finished. What? No. That's then my haste was in vain? Ah, it's you. Elections. Oh, have we met, sir? Yes, Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounter had taken place in the gloom, either your bleak lodging or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This all your fault. Elections. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Uh, had she been taken to the hospital more gently, I feel perhaps she will have regained consciousness by now. Oh, but it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone but would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry. Really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it will seem you were not even found guilty. But there's no bright side. Whatever you mean, Mr. Natsume. Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirit, and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, that facing that man in court mean. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appear trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Ah, yeah! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time this is settled. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you tend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experience with your friend back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh, it has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited her universities, library, bookshop, and I've been honored with the tutelage of professor. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city as it has shaped. And I've begun to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or in perhaps less veiled term, you wish to withdraw halfway through the world to escape the terror of the river curse? That's not it at all. The more I learned of literature, the more it is strange feeling clawing at my instant. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Susiki-san. Will be an interesting read. And what about Miss Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why will we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in an hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodging. Oh, the windowless room. It's more than make up with the floor and ceiling and wall. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. They try to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an invaluable wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Will you consider taking lodging with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently present itself. True, it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it's just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor. To be invite of taking lodging the great detective office attic. I am too overcome for words. So Strickton will look us where is out then. This settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Nesme. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Nesme. It shan't take long. Somebody is happy. Yep, she is happy. Lokum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Nesme. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Lokum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful liar. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Okay. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appear to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I little doubt that Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san in a sense successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Dun, dun, dun. 4:41 p.m. The attic room. So this is to be our new office. Yes, our office. I'd rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellow, do you like the place? Oh, hi. You don't have your hat or your coat, dude. And I must say, you look better than in like that. Like a lot better. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased we're here. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrive. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can help wondering what adventure await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at this premise. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of light casts the darkest of shadow. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London facade already. So, once again, Mr. Nerudo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. There we go. Yay! Finish the chapter 4. My god, the chapters in this game are long. Already 4 hours. Like, that's crazy. So for the next chapter, we'll again be split in two, the investigation and the trial. Cause that's crazy long. And yeah, it was longer than I anticipated again today. So yeah, yeah, yeah. That will be like that for all the games I'm pretty sure. So yeah, but yeah, since the time it is now, I will say I will hand stream there for today. And yeah, yeah, I'm seeing yet too much. Anyway, I see. Have a good night, Blessy, and everyone. And bye bye. And thank you for being there. It was fun. Yep, exactly. Bye bye. Don't let the door bite. Funny.